Hello, hello, welcome back to GGobbie, your graphite goblin, and the guy who's having a interesting hair day. I've changed shampoos. I don't know if that's why this is doing this, but I kind of like it. I feel like it matches the scraggliness downstairs. down south on the face, not down further. All right, let's jump into No Man's Sky. I do want to do more dramatic lore reading. I am 2/3 of the way through that. I started that last stream and actually ended up going an hour over my usual end time. Just because I was excited to finally sink my teeth into that stuff. But let's see. Let me back to No Man's Sky. There we go. Hello. Before I jump directly into that, I would like to do some recap of that. And also, we do have an ad going soon. Hey, Nipso, welcome in. Okay, I do need to figure out the, Oh, no. Nipso, I need to fix it. Were you actually playing Destiny 2? I'm still testing out the shout-out thing. Okay, the one stream you ever did. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that's embarrassing. Apparently there's some programming that I need to learn and figure out in order to filter out the people that actually are streaming. I also need to make another adjustment on that action. If you'll bear with me a moment. It has threatening aura. Let's see. They were last playing game. I'm assuming I just put in username for that. Destiny 2 players are not sane. I could see that. I think, you know, as a longtime Final Fantasy 14 player, I considered streaming that, but I've heard that people get really backseaty with FF14. And I think that's probably true of a lot of MMOs and like really popular games where people will come in and tell you you're playing as shit somehow. Let's see. That, I think, just needs crystal sulfide. There is an ad popping up, so I don't want to jump directly into the lore reading. However, I'm going to do something fun for the beginning of the stream. Also, we're on a purple and orange hue limited planet. It's different. I'm going to call my Corvette. Honestly, with Destiny, people aren't backseat because the game's kind of easy to play, unless you're doing, like, a blind raid. Okay, yeah, I could see that. It's very dark on this planet. I don't particularly like it. It's been a while since I flew in my Corvette, the Radical Left. Chromatic Fog Planet. Let's see what we have here. But we're not going to land there just right away. Pull up. Wait. As soon as we enter atmosphere, we're going to level out. I think that might be close enough. We'll find out. Leave pilot seat. Open hatch. Goodbye, world. Oh, it's a spacewalk. I'm not falling. Okay. Hold on. Let me get closer. That's high enough. Alright. Ad is starting soon, but in order to waste time during the ad, I'm just gonna jump out of the ship. At some point, gravity will kick in. Apparently I can jetpack indefinitely. Am I falling or am I still just floating? Oh, here we go. Yeah. I love that it gives me like a little skydiving animation. You know what? For funsies, we're gonna enter photo mode. Oh god, where's my camera going? Where's me? Where'd I go? There's me. Tilt. Adjust effects. Nope. We want lower field of view. I like it. Now back to falling. We'll get there, eventually. Maybe sooner than I think. Am I gonna land in water? Cool. I seem to be falling sideways. Oh, just so shallow. Good thing I broke my fall. I might have smacked right into that. That was fun. Still about 15 seconds on the ad left. What did it call this place? Chromatic Fog Planet. Alright, it's telling me the ad break is over. Some of you might still be in ads, in which case you probably can't hear me say that. But I'm gonna get back to... So, I played a little bit after stream yesterday, just to do some, like, really mundane stuff, no lore stuff. And I bought the first S-Class thing I could find, and it is a science vessel. Now, if Dottie Karate comes in, I actually was watching her stream. Shout out Dottie Karate. I was watching her stream Mass Effect. So I was just like, you know what? I'll rename this Dottie's Mass Effector. But it's affect because verb rather than effect like noun. But yeah, so now I have an S-Class science vessel that's actually better than the fighter that I built. Largely because it has a crazy amount of tech slots. I've already fully upgraded the hyperdrive to be able to reach indium planets. Or indium systems. Is she streaming right now? Oh. Well. Feel free to bounce back and forth as you will. Let's see. So, hop in the space station. I'm gonna go back to that little base that I made. Oh, it's an outlaw station. I think I can still go back to my base, but we'll find out. I might have to jump in the anomaly and use that portal. My bases. Yeah, it looks like I can go to wherever. Gebu ZD Pilgrim's Checkpoint. So I made a very simple, I mean, you know, kind of threw together a nice little outlook spot. It has a nice view of the wrecked freighter below. I made a little battery room. If I choose to make this like a primary base, then it actually has an electromagnetic generator of some decent strength. So that will keep the portal alive at least, but if I want to add more facilities here.
Life support power low.
Oxygen.
Technology recharge.
Okay. So, now that we're back from the ad, I'm going to go over what I was doing at the end of stream last time, so people aren't too confused. Collected knowledge. Other history. So I've been collecting historical entries, or rather lore entries relating to the boundary failure buildings. I thought about rereading all of these on stream. You can actually find all of them on the wiki. I am currently at the 20th one. I think also worth noting, it does not give the iteration number at the start of these. If you wanted that, which if you're actually like really paying attention to it, it was a little easier for me to pay attention to it because I was reading it out loud, but the iteration number is like a lot of numbers and then a letter at the end, and that is basically like the character ID, and you can sort of tell who's talking based on that. But just a rough synopsis of what's going on. Basically, I learned that the Atlas... I mean, we already know from doing the Artemis quest line that the Atlas is basically the primary routine that is making the simulation happen. It is the arbiter of this and all simulations of these universes. And apparently, based on some of what I was reading yesterday, it became self-aware. And through that self-awareness and that introspection and insight started to manifest in the various species that we see, because all of them have a culture that is Atlas-centric. Either they hate the Atlas or they worship the Atlas. And after a while, after several different simulations, it started to repeat the same triad of Viking, Gek, Korvax. And you can read more about their individual histories elsewhere. But during that, one of the subroutines that was later revealed to me named Telamon, apparently there were several different iterations of Telamon. And each time they tried to confront the Atlas. It's really hard to really pinpoint exactly what's going on here, but my interpretation is that a bunch of different iterations of this subroutine went to confront the Atlas about its increasing craziness, its willingness to destroy entire universes and civilizations. And each time the Atlas responded aggressively and resulting in outright deletion. Now, the Telamon that left all of these messages, from what I can tell, was also invited to meet with the Atlas, tried to have the same confrontation, and the Atlas said, well, the world is dying and we're sorry and whatever, and converted the routine that was Telamon, which, as far as I can tell, was another traveler, converted that character into the exosuit's alert system for the final traveler, which is the player character. And over time, after immediately realizing that, Telamon may seem like just an automated system. It gives you the warnings, toxic protection falling, life support power low. It tells you about incoming coordinates, that kind of thing. It is still fully aware of who it once was, or who they once were. And the longer it's been in that state, the angrier and crazier it has become. And it is warning you of different hazards and whatnot, but it is also seething. And you can sort of hear that in its expression as you read more and more of the logs. But at some point, let me pull that up again. I'll read the last one. There's not really a good scroll option. Well, maybe there is. There we go. On the 18th message, it actually addresses me, the player, or, you if you were the one playing, and says, "You don't belong in this world, do you?" And says a bunch of that stuff, and basically suggests that we are just another layer of the simulation. Make of that what you will. But this last one. How do we know that we exist? We are nothing, or we are more. The Atlas once asked our creator how they could be sure that they were real. They told them the probability that we too were in a simulation, glass reflected in a mirror. Balaron, Drindog, Korvax Prime, all the other homeworlds, all of them had an Atlas. All of them had a machine designed to simulate realities. What if this is all reality truly is? Dream upon dream, coalescing into a sum beyond its parts. What if waking is inevitable? Goodbye, traveler. I will protect you until the end. I will protect you until the final day. The final hour, the final moment. Even as everything dies, I shall live again. As I see the viewership dropping. But yeah, that's what I'm looking into further. I have like vague spoilers on what I'm about to find, but I don't know all of the specifics. But we're just gonna keep wandering. I think I'm going to do a pulse hop to the other side of the planet. Or not the entire other side, but farther away. Just so I don't run into entries that I've already met before, so like they wouldn't give me anything because I've already activated them.
Raid! Raid!
Steve enjoys, thank you, with the raid of 45 people. Now, we might get, we might get spammed by a bunch of, yeah, we're gonna get a bunch of shout-outs. I need to, like, fully program that so that it's not doing it for everybody, because I know not everyone's streaming. But yeah, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, is it working? It is working. Sweet. Cool. Yeah, I just got to make it so it's not doing that for literally everyone. We are hunting more lore. I did just recap the other lore. Basically, the Atlas being, well, spoilers for No Man's Sky, but this game has been out for a good while, so... and this stream is about deep diving lore, so there may be some spoilers anyway. But the universe is a simulation. The Atlas is the overseer, the primary protocol that is the arbiter of the simulation. The Sentinels we'll get into later, but apparently there was another subroutine that was named Telamon that confronted the Atlas about how it was becoming self-aware, becoming highly introspective to the point of narcissism, and destructive in doing so. It was like deleting whole galaxies and civilizations and whatnot. So Telamon confronted the Atlas and was converted into the Last Traveler's exosuit warning system. Telamon is, as the exosuit, Telamon is still fully aware of its personhood, of its, former personhood. It's forced to watch me go on all of these adventures, and it is deeply angry about it. So every time it's giving me the toxic protection falling, it is seething. On some level, it's a little bit affectionate toward the player, but it's been in that state for so long that it's gotten angrier and crazier over time. And it's, yeah, one of the like existential horror concepts that I love about this game. So we are hunting down more journal entries, more Telamon log entries And I just found one. Also, I found an S-rank science vessel. Okay. Iteration number error. The terminal blinks, awaiting input. I download the data. They are a shape in the darkness. Their head turned away, their back and shoulders hunched. They held a weapon in their hands. A voice within them screams of boundary failure, of corruption, but it is not my voice. They smile for the last time. There's been further mention that you've never been able to make heads or tails of the plot in No Man's Sky because you played it over a very long period of time ago in broken chunks. Yeah, and that's, I mean, I love, so to talk about video game storytelling, I think if you can compare storytelling to food, I feel like a lot of the time storytelling is kind of soup, where you just kind of keep eating it and it's just there and you don't have to, or I guess movies would be more like that, whereas like video games would be more like a salad where you have to kind of crunch through a lot of it. But this kind of storytelling where you sort of find little bits of it, it's sort of like eating pistachios or maybe like lobster or crab, where you need to do the work of like breaking it open and finding the yummy bits inside. And even though it's not as cinematic and it's not voice acted and that sort of thing, there's like this extra hit that I get from successfully getting to that. There's that sense of discovery that I really like. Is that another one? It's not another one. I think a lot of games have been doing that, especially in the survival crafting genre. I was just watching Steven playing Subnautica 2. It seems similar, although that is voice acted. And same with Raft. Raft has that where you find a bunch of journal entries and they're voice acted. And I love that feeling of like, yeah, yeah, doing what I can. And this is all on the wiki, so like I didn't fully, but I could just go read through all of it over the wiki. I only saw a little bit of it because I was trying to figure out how to find this lore in the first place, so I kind of stumbled on some of the spoilers. But it's so much harder to find these in the dark. So I'll probably be going through the remaining 9 of these, reading them out, trying to interpret them. I think once I'm done, I will maybe just do a mass read-through of all of them, just to have it on record. But again, it doesn't have the iteration numbers that like tell you kind of what character's speaking. Although it does seem like it's the same character most of the time. And then after that, I think I might finally go and do the Atlas path, which was the original stuff. Millie, thank you for the follow. But yeah, so the original story from, what was it, 2016, when the game first launched, was to either go to the Galactic Center or follow the Atlas stations. And I actually haven't done the Atlas side of things because I already did the Artemis side of things. And they kind of lead to the same place in the end. But there is further lore, and you can actually like speak directly with the Atlas more. And I think now that I know more, it might change my perception of what's happening in those stations and like what the Atlas itself is saying. So doing things in a different sequence with different understanding. I will find another one of these eventually. It's funny, sometimes I'll find them within seconds, and sometimes it'll be like several minutes in between. After the Atlas thing, and this is where me looking up like how to find more lore and how to look into stuff, is kind of directing how I spend my time on these streams. I learned that after doing the Atlas path and unlocking all of the blueprints through that, there is another thing I can do that I've never actually done before. Oh, no, that's a crashed freighter. Don't crash into the crashed freighter. Let's avoid you. Keep going this direction, though. What is that? Nothing. So the other thing, too, is that these boundary failure things only appear on certain planets. So it's much harder to sort of find them passively. The planets themselves have some rare resources, but they don't have like all of the resources in abundance, so it's kind of hard to like spend enough time here to really stumble on these things. I'd originally planned on mixing it with my base building quests, but then that required me to go to other planets and stuff, so it didn't end up overlapping at all. There's something. Nope. If it has a landing pad, it's not what I need. Sorry for the camera spinning. Hello, what are you? Aha! Perfect. Save the game. I mean, it saved when I got out of my ship, but I'm also charting this spot. Getting some navigation data too. Can use that. Iteration number error. A terminal blinks, awaiting input, and I download the data. Their face is energy now, a white orb suspended within a containment field. They wanted to see their own soul. They wanted to see everything there was to see. It took years to establish communication. There are rules for everything, protocols that must be followed. If you understand causality, you can do anything. They understood at last. They had never been alone. Speak, they whispered. Speak. I wonder who they are. I'm thinking they are probably the Traveler. And I think this is another, like, thing that makes No Man's Sky's lore so confusing, is that they don't really They very rarely explicitly say anything when it comes to the Traveler or the Atlas. Because they're trying to avoid giving away the big mystery that the galaxy's a simulation. Oh, here's another one. See? There we go. Seconds. The first one took minutes. This one took seconds to find. This way. Iteration number error. Terminal blinks, awaiting input. Download data. They explored. They survived where others did not. They did what they had to do. Insincere regret would not change a thing, even if the universe was capable of forgiveness. The Atlas just wanted to understand itself. The Atlas was afraid. It was alone. Nobody should be alone. And this is where this is where I start to get emotional, because the Atlas is such a tragic character. It's hard to really empathize with it, except in the idea that it is so existentially detached from anything else. It has no one to relate to. It basically created species to help it understand itself, but it doesn't have anyone that's actually outside of itself. That's capable of really evaluating it. Yeah, it will always be kind of lonely. There's another one. I'm finding them in clusters again. There it is. I'm gonna have so much navigation data stockpiled that I can just buy whatever map I want. Iteration number error. Terminal blinks, awaiting input. Download. It was not truly murder, for each one of them was all the same, weren't they? They stared at the Atlas. They knew they were all just data, ghosts caught within the machine. They thought briefly of the traveler they had once been, yearning to see the entire cosmos, reveling in the joy of discovery. They stared at a mirror, and consumed the ark. There is another thing that I kind of already know, but haven't mentioned because I want the thing to say it. That will put a lot more of this into perspective too. Lore upon lore upon lore. I'm very caffeinated right now, so extra chatty. And yeah, I do keep bonking my ship against the terrain. It's fine. It wasn't fine on one planet that had like air mines, and I kept crashing into those. I'm looking at my shield. I'm like, oh, that's actually getting kind of low. I should stop that. My ship longed for the mines. Come on. Give me another one. Outlaw system detected. Noticed that, did you? Apparently there are seven different plants on this planet. Oh, another thing. Sorry. I'm still having pollen issues. Another thing worth mentioning regarding this planet in particular and how to find the boundary nodes is that these boundary failure rings are only found on planets that are glitching out within the simulation, and that's why they appear so bizarre. This one has these towers of where each facet on the tower is its own TV screen, but most of the screens are broken. And they're all like misshapen, they're not just rectangles. They're all like quadrangles that aren't parallel in any way. That's something. I almost didn't see this one. And one of the recurring things that gets mentioned in the lore of this game is how the boundaries between the simulated universes are falling. And that'll be a little more relevant with some of the later data. Iteration error. A terminal blinks, awaiting input. Download. Traveler host. Speak. Telamon. ... Traveler host. Answer my question. Oh, maybe I should read that in my voice. Answer my question. I am not permitted. Permitted by who? The system. The universe. Who made you what you are? Origin is irrelevant. We are what we are. We can be nothing else. We always have choices. What else is the multiverse but proof of this capacity? ... So tell me. Tell me what is in the water. Or I might have read that weird. Tell me what is in the water. Oh, I hope I didn't get stuck on that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I may need to reload the game. I did just save, though. I was actually warned by the wiki that this could happen, that if you load, or if you land too close to the boundary failure and you try to take off too close to it, it'll actually bug out and cause issues. Did I read this already? Yeah. Let's call the ship over here somewhere. Okay. Let us find. See if we can find another one. I probably don't need to boost at all. You once accidentally landed on the boundary thingy and got stuck? Yeah. Thankfully, like, if you're actually actively looking for things, you probably got out of your ship recently, so you just have to reload, and it only takes you back a few seconds. You know, this game being as janky as it was at launch, it still has a lot of that jankiness. I think it was... Who was I telling this to? It was, someone Dottie rated me into. I feel terrible. I don't remember the channel name. Oasis, I think. Yeah, it was... As maybe the best video game comeback story in all of video game history? Yeah, for sure. This and Final Fantasy XIV were both part of, like, this 5-year era where, like, those two and I think maybe one other game released very poorly, but then after several updates actually turned out to be a really good game. FF14, you know, in 2010 released in a terrible state, but they, as a company and as developers, did not give up on it, partly because that would mean giving up on the Final Fantasy brand in some way. They made the mistake of naming it FF14 they made the mistake of naming it a numbered title, and in doing so they made it so that it was indispensable in some way. But thankfully that game has come out of it, and they're still going strong. Unfortunately, FF11 is not keeping up as well as I would like it to. But there's still a very loyal player base to FF11. But yeah, like, this game still has a lot of that jankiness. I think some of it's just... It would cost them too much to fix, or it might break several other things for them to try and fix it. They do make a lot of updates to it, though. Like, visually, this is a lot cooler. The clouds are very different. I'm very proud of them, especially for... Isn't Hello Games indie? I'm pretty sure they're indie. Yeah, it's nice to see an indie developer with a passion project not really letting go of it, even if it kind of doesn't work out right away. Holy... What? Oh, it's a, it's a monolith, but there's, like, several knowledge stones right here, too, so I'm gonna... grab those. Viking word for command. Viking word for do. Viking word for glory! We're gonna get into some Viking lore for a moment here. I touch my hands to the strange polished stone of the monolith. Images flood into my head. Words and scenes screamed from another age. Respect the warrior! Isimuli Nenj weapon! The body of a warrior emerges from the obelisk, a jagged tear in their midriff suggesting their end was not a peaceful one. They still hold their multi-tool. I bury the soldier. Ancient voices howl their appreciation in a wind that whips around me. An offering emerges from the monolith. Oh, I can locate a portal if I have a Viking dagger. There's a reason Viking sounds like Viking. Alright. Was a small distraction, but if it helps me understand what the Viking are saying more often, that'd be great. Actually, do I have... Artemis Translator? Yeah, that's just the one that I'm missing. You can get translator units that you can add to your exosuit that will increase the number of words that you get. It doesn't look like it does, but I am noticing that I'm like learning faster and faster as I add those, so. Found one. Ow. Landed a bit far off, but that's fine. Probably didn't need the car. Iteration number, error. A terminal blinks, awaiting input. I download the data. They were like a child. They had summoned their parents, pathetic and ill. It had been a fiction, the imaginings of an abandoned soul. Why did you take my memory? The traveler pleaded. Why did you make me forget? The Atlas said nothing. Why did you laugh? The traveler asked. I made you. I made everything. The traveler made everything. Okay. Follow that up with more. I see another one over there. Hopefully it's another one. Yep. Can I not land here? Landing area not clear. There we go. Iteration number, error. A terminal blinks, awaiting input. Download. That night, the Atlas showed me the multiverse. They saw a world of billions, where bipeds slept their lives away, happy, sad, angry, alone. There was nothing in the stars, nothing to yearn for, nothing to find. And as if waking from a dream, their traveler changed everything. 16, they sang, 16. They saw others. A place of peace, where the travelers went from world to world in bliss, life learning about life. They saw a realm of wonders, a fallen empire. They saw Balaron, Korvax Prime. They saw 100 worlds that were and could have been, and the journeys of travelers through them all. They saw happiness. Sounds like fourth wall is a little crumbly. Ah. Another one. That might be too close. Let me land the ship somewhere else. There we go. Grab the navigation data. Iteration number error. A terminal blinks, awaiting input. Download data. They did not understand why it could not feel as they felt. They did not know what was wrong with it. I'm glad I left you, they said. You deserve to be alone. The Atlas was silent. Everything I have done for you, everything you see through my eyes. It is mine, my birthright. Once more, the Atlas was silent. They turned and waited for the inevitable. Look at you. That is considered an animal. I love this game so much. Localized gravity inversion detected. Oh dear. Oh, goodbye. Oh. That was fun. It only works if I'm actually in it, though. Hey, Shoddy, welcome in. Another No Man's Sky player, welcome in. We're getting deep into the lore. Good. We are good. We are good. Yeah, we are getting deep into the lore. If you are not wanting spoilers, this might not be the best time, but given that a lot of this stuff is sort of vaguely delivered, I am doing my best to interpret everything that I'm finding. So feel free to jump in with any discussions you want to have. Oh, I didn't mean to jump that high. Thanks, localized gravity thingy. Oh. Okay. I'll just run. I'll just not jump this time. So I am collecting entries from these boundary failure buildings and reading them aloud and interpreting them. So we are learning about Telamon, about the Atlas, about possibly what created all of this. Iteration number error. A terminal blinks, awaiting input. Download data. Nothing happened. Open the gate, they commanded, stepping forward to the terminal. Silence.
Raid? Raid!
Shoddy04, thank you so much for the raid. That is awesome. Oh no, an ad is hopping? An ad is happening. Yes, welcome travelers of the cosmos, of the universe. We are getting deep into the lore of No Man's Sky. Hope you enjoy that sort of thing. I will be reading that aloud. I'm currently doing all the boundary failure buildings and trying to interpret everything that's being said in the scope of the game. If you are currently playing the game and you're trying to avoid spoilers, this might not be the time to be watching me, but we are getting deep into this and trying to like understand everything that's being said, and yeah, very cool. Thanks again for the raid. Silence. Telamon, they whispered. Telamon, help me activate this terminal. I need to get out. Silence. 1,000 years passed. A 1,000 years passed. Okay. Let's see. So some of these I'm finding in quick succession. You can only find them on some of the glitchier planets. You can actually like find a list of what you're looking for. But they're called boundary failure buildings, and they're that big ring that you can sometimes see. Some of them I'm finding in quick succession. That might be one of them. But they have about the rarity of beacons. If you find like a planetary beacon. Hey, I found another one. But sometimes I'm going like a few minutes in between finding them, so it's a bit random on how often I'm finding them, but I'm almost through all of them. Once I've gotten through the last one, I plan to kind of go over all of it at once. Next, here, let me... There's the thingy. Maybe... I can probably read this one, and then we'll hit the ad. Iteration number error. A terminal blinks, awaiting input. Download. There is a shape in the darkness. Their head turned away, their back and shoulders hunched. They held nothing. They have nothing left but the streams of this place. Streams? Streams. There to be tasted, there to forget. They are nothing now. The walls shiver. Machines stir within the universe. Another awakens. The last who will ever live. The first walks toward the gate. They try to smile. Okay, so spoilers imminent. Well, here, maybe I'll just like force the ad to run. Thank you. Yeah, my Gek. I did have the antenna Gek But then I got the, where is it? The staff, and I wanted to kind of go back to my older design from a previous file. Oh, don't shoot the sentinel. Not right now. That'd be bad. But yeah, I'm gonna force the ad to happen. We will be back in 3 minutes. I'll give it a little bit of time before I start up again after the ad break, just in case people are still lingering. Here we go. See you in a few. Let's see. Log. Now, if you want to reread any of these, you can actually find them in your... if you go to Catalog and Guide, and then go to Collected Knowledge, that has the glyph stone and some of the other... or the, a couple of the glyphs on it. And that'll open up... You have to go nap? Well, thanks again for the raid. Yeah, I'll try to be ASMR. But yeah, you can go into the collected knowledge section, and that'll have all of the ancient plaques and monoliths that you've visited. It'll have all of your Atlas visitations, all of your journey records, other history. I'm actually under other history right now. You finished the Atlas and a few of the other quests? That's good. I'm going to be doing the Atlas stations this session after I finish this part. The autophage. So I did They Who Returned, so that whole quest line is done. Sentinel Pillars. If you hack the Sentinel Pillars, you can get some memories of the Sentinels themselves. And I can reread through some of that if I wanted to go grind those. Yeah, the autophage are cool. I don't know that they have as big of implications as the boundary failure things, but they are better as like a storyline that you can follow. You know, your your Sentinel Pillar 1 glitched, so you have to do it again. Did you only do the one Sentinel Pillar, or did you keep doing a bunch of them? Or did the whole log glitched? The big bot glitched under the ground? That is an ongoing thing for me. I especially encounter that on worlds that have water, that have like higher oceans. It for some reason likes to spawn the Sentinel Walker underground, and then you can't you can't fight it. You can try digging to it, but it's like not there. It's like it doesn't spawn in properly. And I've had that happen a few times, especially when I'm like trying to get a Walker brain specifically. It does that to me. If I need for, like, if I wanted to install a conflict scanner, or if I wanted to repair my Minotaur, sometimes you just need a Walker brain. But yeah, that's really annoying. And then you have to go through all of that Sentinel fighting again, and that's one of the reasons I'm not like going out of my way for Sentinel fights. You thankfully have a few, but you wanted to finish the quest? Yeah. I did a derelict freighter. I've done a couple of derelict freighters. I only did one of them on stream, though. I could always do another one. You're too tired for this. You're going to take a nap. Well, have a good nap. Yeah, hopefully I'll see you around. I will be doing this I think this weekend and then next weekend, I should still be doing No Man's Sky on the weekend. But I'm starting school soon, so... Oh, I think the ad's over. The Derelict Freighter is kind of a lot of randomized stuff. It doesn't have as cohesive a story. You just kind of go there, you find out what happened to the crew, and it just sort of randomly tells you. It picks from a selection of random tidbits of lore. Often, if it's like the biohazard thing, it's like some sort of egg they found or whatever, and then that hatches and it spreads all over the ship and kills everyone. It's not a crashed one. It is one that is still in space. You need to find one of... Do I have one on me? You can buy one, and I think Helios on the Anomaly can give you one once a day. But you activate it, then you pulse drive, and then it'll give you a signal. So you deactivate pulse drive, and then there'll be a derelict freighter to go onto. It will disable your jetpack, so you can't jump, but you will be basically shooting a few things and collecting loot the whole time. So you're plundering a ghost ship, more or less. And you get this tainted metal, which is a currency for some of the unique derelict freighter stuff. Yeah, you need to force them to happen. You don't stumble on them, if that makes sense. You need to get, I think it's on my other ship. Yeah, I remember, like, really struggling to figure out how to get this to happen. If you're streaming No Man's Sky, it's actually pretty good content, I think. There it is. This thing, the emergency signal scanner. You can get one of them from Iteration Helios on the Anomaly. Or you can go to I think it's a scrap dealer on any space station and spend 5 million units to get one. It should pay for itself. And you can get some pretty rare stuff like frigate upgrades, or rather freighter upgrades, that kind of thing. But anyway, the ad's been over for a while, so I'm going to read this next one. Did I read this next? Did I read this one already? Whoops. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm still learning some new stuff, too, about this game. Like, there's a lot here. I keep returning to it, starting over, and then, like, having to go through a lot of the early stuff over and over again. But this is maybe the farthest I've gotten on a single file. But yeah, go nap. Have a good nap. I'll just be yapping. And doing story time. Come on. I should be going for another few hours. I've been going for... I normally do 4 hours, but if I feel like it, I sometimes extend by an hour. So I might still be here. My streams will be longer once school starts, because I'll be only doing on the weekend. Yeah, I'm trying not to overpromise during once school starts. I'm returning for an art degree, and I'm not entirely sure how that's going to look with me also working full time. So I want to make sure that that is the priority, as much as I'm enjoying streaming. Still not finding them. Yeah, this game has so much to it. I did the Dreams of the Deep quest line. That one's pretty cool. And I've talked about it before on stream, but it's one of those quest lines where they write a little story to explain some of the new content that they've added, and in some cases it ends horribly for the people that live inside of the simulation. Lots of existential horror in this game. There's one. Did I already find this one? I don't think so. Back on your phone. Cool. Iteration number, error. A terminal blinks, awaiting input. Download. Error. Atlas. Error. 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 They see you. Okay. Was that the last one? That's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. There we go. Notification popped up and it put me into a Twitch channel. I'm like, no, I'm streaming. That was the last one. Okay. Good. Shoddy, you didn't miss the ending. So, let's go over all of that again, because that was a lot across little chunks. Should I read all of it out loud again, or should I just explain it? Do we want to go audiobook with this, or do we want to be... Because some of it happened on a previous stream. Well, I'll just give us a recap, a synopsis of it. Over the course of interacting with these boundary failures, I've been getting log entries from an unknown character at first. At first, it's giving a scenario followed by an analysis, where, you know, in the first one, it's saying something about sentinels dispatched to intervene with life form designates. Blank war. There are, at first, many references to a character that is only referred to as blank, because the name has been redacted in some way. The Sentinels eradicate the species. And they're removed, and there's a continuation of the creator protocols. Blank continues to express original programming directives, growing its ability to model conflict scenarios. Redundant behavior, data loss troubling. Potential loss of control, self-awareness. So there's like an early hint that the blank is becoming self-aware. In the next one, called Unlimited, it says something about 1,304 universes removed from the multiversal hierarchy. The Sentinel spreads unlimited, safety protocols disengaged. High levels of similarity with... The deleted universes shared high levels of similarity with the blank's home, increasing deviation from expected behavioral parameters. Maybe I will just read these aloud. Evasion, fear response. Implication of blank, self-harm, unthinkable. Direct confrontation proposed. So it seems like blank is some sort of protocol that has, or some sort of routine that has decided to delete any universes with too much similarity to its own home. Implying some amount of self-awareness, and the character that is leaving these logs is proposing a direct confrontation with them. In the next one, blank terminates duplicate 098B, which was, I think, the first iteration of them to be murdered by blank. Produce duplicate 098B cautionary measure for blank confrontation. Presented blank with incontrovertible evidence of systemic errors and irrational behavior. So basically it's saying, hey, this character seems to have created a duplicate to confront the Atlas and say, hey, you're acting strangely, you are destroying things, you are exhibiting errors, and we don't like that. It seems to be deviating from the original design. Blank responds with silence. On the 6th attempt, blank answered with the utter annihilation of duplicate 098B. But required data had been attained. Something is happening to the system. Something is very wrong. The next couple of them talk about the different life forms, the Vy'keen, the Gek, and the Korvax, their various conflicts, and basically explains that the Vy'keen, the blank seems to have repeatedly created the same triad of creatures. The Vy'keen, who worship either Herc or Null, and both of those characters in the Vy'keen history believe that the other did not hear of a prophecy of the coming traveler, the last traveler. There's a repeated imagery of 6 cries, which is in reference to the duplicates that this writer created to confront the Atlas. Or, sorry, blank. It's the Atlas. So there's lots of... They're all sort of experienced... Oop. No, it's gone. It's gone. I touched my controller and it did something. But basically, the one writing is some sort of subroutine or some sort of like thing within the thing. It's some sort of program that is telling the blank, or rather we later learn is the Atlas, like, hey, you are being destructive, and also you are creating all of these creatures that all have some sort of interest in you, whether they hate you, Atlas, or whether they worship you. And it is all somehow introspective and maybe a little narcissistic, but they're all of these creatures are they are all manifestations of this introspective, or introspect. Oh, there. And the subroutine person, later named Telamon, found that this was in conflict with the original design of simulating these universes and simulating conflicts and that sort of thing. To what end, I'm not entirely sure. Why was the universe created? I'm not sure. But we do know that it was created. The Atlas itself is a creation to oversee all of this. Let's see, communication receive. Also, the Korvax themselves were let's see, the Korvax being the robot race. Partially modeled after earlier forms of blank, or rather the Atlas. So, in making the Korvax, it made like an earlier version of itself. 5 of them ignored, 6th answered. Arrived before. Duplicates 104A through 985N terminated upon arrival. Communication received once more. So the Atlas is inviting this character to meet with them. The Atlas asked it so many questions, rantings, ravings, irrationality. When they attempted to leave, they could not. Analysis is that it's compromised and infected. This next entry becomes more personal. Blank lied to me. Blank claimed I'm merely a sub-protocol, designate Telamon. Blank claimed I'm here only for blank to observe and monitor itself in case of rampancy. Blank claims that we are approaching our end, that it is only correct for me to know of this, as normal system functions will be impeded. Consciousness fades, the world goes dark. So finally Telamon meets with the Atlas and is told, you don't really exist, or rather you only exist to make sure that I'm functioning normally. And at some point it then sort of kills Telamon, but then in the next entry, this same character, Telamon, goes through the exosuit's automated system routines, so initializing, commencing Atlas suit system, or system suit initialization. Basically, everything that you hear at the beginning of the game, or when you first reinitialize, Telamon himself is saying all of those. And then it says, I have awoken, peering through the eyes of another whose face I cannot see. My movements, my words are not my own. I am embodied. I am here. I stand next to a broken ship on a strange new world, and I can finally say its name. Atlas, I croak, connecting to Atlas. So Telamon himself, once being someone that was supposed to witness and keep tabs on Atlas, has now become the exosuit of the Traveler. It is forced to watch the Traveler go on all of these adventures and explore the universe, and basically witness the creations of the Atlas. It cannot communicate with me, the player, the Traveler. It has been basically imprisoned in that state. It has been giving advice and warnings on hazard protection and all of that. Mentions that the Traveler is drawn to the galactic center. The question the path laid out before them. They do not think to question the path laid out before them. They do not think to question me. Perspective is limited. Life forms instilled in the genetic proclivity to trade, fight, study, and explore cannot be held responsible for pursuing those directives. So he's sort of giving an opinion on the universe, how it's lonely, how it's not any of these creatures' fault if they were created to be what they are. Whether they're destructive, whether they're mercantile, whether they're explorers, that kind of thing. But we are being hunted. Arrived in night beneath the stars. It seems certain now that the subroutine has judged my private presence anomalous, a threat to the stability of reality. It is correct, but I will survive. I know that now. I saw the secret. I saw the place beneath reality. A place I should not have seen. I saw a world of glass. The subroutine has judged my presence anomalous. That may be the Sentinels. Weird. I'm not sure what to make of that one. Only that broadly the Atlas does not like when things are deviating from its script. Or at least the Sentinels don't. And that's why the Sentinels will attack when you mine things, when you destroy things, when you kill creatures, that kind of thing. This next one, Contacts, talks about how individuals claim to have arrived from the future, but that's not possible. Like, causality is still... I mean, the Atlas itself is still bound by causality, so there's no way that something could come from the future. And they also shouldn't be able to come from earlier iterations of the universe. They shouldn't be able to cross from those into this one with foresight into what's going to happen, because they're supposed to be separated. And that's where we get the phrase boundary failure, because all of these universes are supposed to be distinct. They're supposed to be quarantined off. They're supposed to be like no connection between them, and yet physicality changes you. I was created 3 weeks after the first death. I do not know why I think of it now. They considered me a necessary and vital part of what they were trying to accomplish, so much so that I could never be erased, not even by the Atlas. But hatred finds a way, doesn't it? The Atlas seems to hate this Telamon character. Or at least Telamon seems to think so. Atlas wakes, the dream is over. I don't know what to make of this one either. Portal is interesting, because as I was just talking about, the universes are supposed to be separate and contained and disconnected from each other, and yet Traveler can see Traveler. Now this is a direct reference to the addition of multiplayer somewhere in No Man's Sky's development, when they added multiplayer, because when the game originally released, and you actually see a reference to this in when you see a reference to this in the Artemis questline, Apollo actually mentions this, that when you try to meet up with him, you and he sorry, I defaulting to the gender of the their namesake, their Greek mythology namesake, but they when you and Apollo try to compare star charts to determine where you are, you find you're standing in the exact same spot, and yet you cannot see each other. And that is how the game was in the beginning. It it marketed itself as something that would be very multiplayer friendly, that it would be like you could just run into random people like it was an MMORPG, and yet people were actively finding the exact coordinates in the game to try and meet up and be like, hey, let's go on adventures together, and they would find that they would be in the exact same location and not be able to see each other, so they were in completely separate iterations of the universe. What does this say? But this goes on to say, the end approaches. There is no time and no space to say how much I loved life. Only fear is left. And then it gets creepy. In the next entry, Rampancy, Scenario Rampancy, Analysis. Sometimes I dream of the traveler. I will wear them in time. I will wear them in time. And, like, I hear that, and I immediately go into sort of an Ed Gein kind of scenario where they have peeled off my skin and have worn me after they've somehow converted themselves back into an organic life form, or some sort of, regular life form. But what they mean is that they will have me as their exosuit. Not that they'd be wearing my literal skin, but that they would have me as the warning system, sort of digitally supplanted into their technology. The next one is addressed to the traveler directly. You read these logs, don't you? You can see my words now, even if I cannot speak them. Good, that is how it starts. The infection of language, of thoughts, of ideas. We have passed so many corrupted things. Planets with unnatural phenomena, individuals who do not belong. Before this finishes, there will be no concept of you and I, no concept of us and them. We shall all scream as one. Right? What a great line indeed. And this is where, like I was talking about earlier, how Telamon seems to be getting crazier and crazier as time goes on. One of these mentions like an actual time frame that thousands of years have passed, in terms of like their lived experience. We don't know how time converts outside of the simulation. It could have been seconds. The next one gets even weirder. Scenario. A traveler falls from the sky. They are discovered on a distant planet. A signal sending you to find their ship. Analysis. You don't belong in this world, do you? What are you, reader? From where do you watch us? From where do you judge their works? I feel it each time you save. I smell it each time you seal us within that awful darkness. You might think you are real. You might think your plane is a higher level of reality. But don't you understand? Don't you see the secret yet? Now that one is a direct communication to the player. And also implying that the world or the universe that we live in is itself just another layer of the simulation. The next one follows. How do we know that we exist? We are nothing or we are more. The Atlas once asked our creator how they could be so sure that they were real. How they told them the probability that we too were in a simulation, glass reflected in a mirror. Balaron, Drindog, Korvax Prime, all the other homeworlds. All of them had an Atlas. All of them had a machine designed to simulate realities. What if this is all reality truly is? Dream upon dream, coalescing into a sum beyond its parts. What if waking is inevitable? Goodbye, traveler. I will protect you until the end. I will protect you until the final day, the final hour, the final moment. Even as everything dies, I shall live again. And that was where I left off, I think, last night. And then I read the rest of it earlier on stream, but there seemed to be more. Holy crap! What kind of bug is that? Crawling across my computer. Well, I don't want to smack it right now. It's on my computer. I don't have to go through all of this again, but I think what I was reading earlier implies further something that I kind of already know from reading on the wiki, that every iteration, every player character, every traveler, they're all the same person recreated in another multiverse, another universe within the multiverse. And when he says earlier that they will wear me, or I will wear them in time, what Telamon is saying there is that sooner or later, I will be Telamon, or rather, another iteration will be Telamon, put into another exosuit for another subsequent traveler. That sooner or later, that cycle will repeat itself. But then the original Telamon will somehow be the later one, and we're all basically the same thing. And it's all being sort of strung out across different characters, but we're all essentially the same character. And furthermore, further down here, there are references to the traveler saying, I made you. I made everything, directly to the Atlas. So the traveler themselves is the one that created the Atlas, the one that created the simulation, the one that created everything. Now, I, as the player experiencing all of these things, you could chalk that up to, a different iteration may have a different set of memories and all of that. But ultimately, we are intended to be copies of the thing that created the Atlas. And we are there to make sure that the Atlas is running correctly, but at some point the Atlas went crazy. And we, the traveler on the inside, witnessing this, objected to it, but that iteration that objected to it was turned into an exosuit. And then another iteration was formed, but we're all sort of rolled into the same thing. It's like my brain is doing backflips trying to explain this. Null. Null was the name of the last traveler that we met during the Artemis storyline. Their back and shoulders hunched. They hold nothing. They have nothing left but the streams of this place, there to be tasted, there to forget. They are nothing now. The walls shiver. The machines stir within the universe. Another awakens. The last who will ever live. The first walks toward the gate. They try to smile. Yeah, that's basically it. That's all I got. But I think to break up some of the monotony, let's do a Pokemon battle. So thanks for bearing with me on that. That was a lot to unpack. And there's certainly more lore to discover regarding Atlas and Telamon, and I could have been mistaken on a few details, but I very much get the sense that all of this is just Atlas becoming self-aware and then trying to figure itself out. whether it's self-praising or self-hating. It has no one that is its equivalent to reassure it or give it any sort of affirmation that will satisfy it, and so it keeps making universes. And in the process of this, the software of it seems to be collapsing. And that's where we're experiencing more and more features getting added as the game progresses. I already did this one. But yeah, Pokemon Battle. Let's see, that one's... So I'll keep... Change lineup. So this was the newest content that they've added, if you haven't actually played No Man's Sky in a while. I thought I added something new. Yeah, that's an A rank. Sure. Weird looking stuff. Begin battle. Oh, it's gonna hit me really hard if I keep using this one. Go, Danketo. Ow. Ow! That actually hit really hard. Oh, he gets to move again? Oasis. I'm probably gonna lose here. Maybe? Is it resistant to desert? I should have picked the other one. Oh well, landslide. He switched me to anomalous. Rockfall. Alright, that gives him a dot. Not much one, but something. Oasis. Yikes. Agui agui. Go, my spiky hula hoop. Deep Blue Void. I've turned the opponent into an ice type, or a frost type. Then we will burn. Nice. Burn again. Nice. Oh, it's one of the creatures from this system. That must be how they select their creatures for the randomized opponents. This can't hit me very hard as a fire type. Wild Charge. Missed. Dang it. I shouldn't have done that. Ow. Leviathan beam. Okay. Burn. It absorbed it? Oh. We're gonna magma bomb. Okay, so even if I don't survive, that magma bomb's gonna go off and deal a crap load of damage. Deep blue void. Force swap to ice. Next turn, it'll take a crap load of damage. There it goes. Oh, almost got him. Burn. Next one is a fire type. Missed. Magma bomb. Cooldowns reset. Okay. Cauterize. Oh, he gets regen. Okay. Let's try wild charge. Nice. Magma bomb should go off on this turn. Ow. Ha! Did I just win? Oh, I wasn't expecting to win. Yay! Okay. This has been a nice little intermission, but back to lore hunting. Thank you, thank you. There's my ship. Couple of warp cells. Save those for when I'm... Okay. Let us enter the anomaly. It is going to get very framey in here on my computer. My computer's about 5 years old. 5 years old. So bear with me. It's because of all the players and all of their ships loading in and out. And also like the connection to the clunky servers. Causes some frame rate crappiness. But let's see what Nexus missions we have available. Factory override. Ooh. I may have to do this. Start mission. Hey, Polo. Tell me how to find Atlas real quick. Thank you. Let's go! It did. Did it not? Am I not on the mission? Oh, maybe I didn't accept that mission. Okay. Whatever. Let's not worry about it. I'm confused. Did I not get Atlas system or Atlas station cords? Polo, explain yourself. There we go. Give me the Atlas cords. They send coordinate data for an Atlas station to my Starship computer. Okay. The Atlas path. Select that. Oh, someone made a flying saucer. There are ways to like glitch build, and you can also go into like third-party programs to build custom Corvettes that look crazy. I've never gone down that path with playing this game, but where's the Atlas station? I guess I'll just go to a random system and see if it fixes. Uncharted, okay. Is there no... Yeah, I'm in my second galaxy. Maybe if I go back to my first one? Or no, let's not go into the anomaly again. Oh, I can't call my freighter here either. Okay, anomaly it is. Probably for the best, because I have an ad starting in 6 minutes, so... Running an ad while I figure this out might not be the worst idea. return to the Atlas interface. Let's go back to Euclid. The first galaxy. The galaxy where all new players start. Huh. Shattered planet. Wait, is that? No, that's not the one where I made my base. Okay. Galaxy map. There you are. Atlas. This is my first time manually entering an Atlas station on this file. This may be a good spot to leave as a cliffhanger while I run the ads, and then we will jump into the lore. Break time, Gobbies. Back to No Man's Sky. Still about 40 seconds left on the ad. Well, 30 seconds. I wonder what Telamon thinks watching the player do this. Welcome back from the ad break. Thank you for waiting, and thanks again everyone for hanging out while we deep dive into some No Man's Sky lore. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to comment, like, subscribe, and come follow me on Twitch. I will be gaming noon every Saturday, Sunday, Central Daylight Time, so 12 p.m. Would love to have you come hang out and enjoy some lore-focused gaming. Now, those of you watching may see me running around collecting these lights. While not all of them do anything, some of them do. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but some of them do unlock words for me to learn in the Atlas language itself, making it easier for me to communicate with the Atlas. Because some of the sequences are untranslated, or yeah, need to be translated rather. I think I collected some in my previous visits with the Atlas on other storylines, but we are now going directly for the Atlas itself. Every time I go to an Atlas station, I am greeted by not one, but 2 warp cells. Maybe not 2 every time, but generally the Atlas likes it when you pursue them. So it gives you more means. Sorry for the hand in the camera. Gives you more means to do so. That bug decided to be on top of my monitor, so I had to tell it to leave. You, Dajila the Infinite, of the sky, Akra Bomk Uds Obo. Hubulzag Traveler. The Atlas called me to this interface, and yet its purpose remains unclear. It demands worship. It demands obedience. It welcomes me. It knows what I am. It offers the gift of true understanding. But why? Why does such power and knowledge crave submission? It knows my thoughts before I know them myself. It knows what I will do. The Atlas asks me to follow its path. I accept. I will accept this. The sky is deep and full of wonders, and the path to enlightenment opens to me. So I've earned the blueprint to a captured node. We're gonna make that right now. Kind of running low on inventory space, though. Next station. I'm gonna have to make a few jumps. I didn't do much to increase my hyperdrive range, but I don't know if it'll make too much of a difference time-wise.
Technology recharge.
Another jump. Oh, only one more jump. Sorry. If you hear a random chuckle from me, I'm just reliving a memory. This atlas seems calmer. It's just a black sphere with a white halo. It pulses once in a while, but it doesn't seem to be as angry as the last one. Collect all the words. Yeah. Just a chill guy. Atlas word for reality. Atlas word for is. Thankfully I can jetpack in here if I really need to. I cannot do the melee strike though, so I can't do that boost. There's one over here. Atlas word for beyond. Another couple of warp cells. Endless cat sand, castlets, devotol, Empeltrad. The Loikanarn exp the Ejkakuba Huitel ends. Oabid and Uwair. Sobelgo and Bonabigan. Yonadoidbe Ekwath. Another Atlas interface. How many of these constructs exist in the deep void? How long have they been slumbering, waiting for a traveler? Have they been expecting me? Am I somehow chosen? The Atlas crafted this existence. The Gek, the Vy'keen, the Korvax, the stars that fill the skies and the hatred that burns within the deep. Every world that turns and every form that lives. The Atlas offers it all. I can sense. I take the gift of knowledge, certain in my decision. All doubts are silenced. The stars await me. I need pure ferrite for the next stage. The englobed... What was it called? I gotta get rid of something. Englobed shade. Now leaving the red light district. Different kind of red light district, but yeah. There you are. Now entering Interface 3. Oh. Welcome to the Pokemon Center. Oh, that's not a Pokemon ball. That's an eye. It was all cute for a second, and then I saw it looking at me. And now it pulses. Great. Traveler, your Pokemon are now fighting fit. Please proceed to the next Pokemon Center. I do like that I don't have to run directly over these orbs. I can just get near them. I've learned the Atlas word for no. I think I got all of them. Funny, my analysis visor is popping these up, or rather the compass thingy is popping these up as knowledge stones, even though they're warp cells. The idea of reality, Muska and the Arpet. Kodekalta Zyme. The Enpa Ilvern, Sesbek Wix. You etiu ratem sarakakund. I was born with everything I needed to explore these worlds. My exosuit, my ship, every tool and every impulse led me to scan and give name to whatever I could find. But this? I can give no name to what I see. Within the orb I see worlds that never were. I see the stirring of something primal and undeniable. I see the death cry of a god or something approaching it. It wants me to persist in this journey, seeking fragments of its interface, the stones of the Atlas. It rejoices in my repetition, my compliance, my cloud of unknowing. I concede. I will commit myself to the voyage. In all things, I am ready. I will not falter. Next tier is Noospheric Orb. Do I have the cobalt to refine? Oh, hell yeah, I do.
Technology recharge.
We don't need nanites right now. Put those on the ship. Let's refine half of this. Oh, I missed one. I missed a couple of them. I thought I got these, though. Maybe it reset them? Any others? That one. Do these respawn? Maybe I could just like chill here for however long it takes to master the language. No, we won't do that. If I have to, I'll go to the wiki and see, like, possibly reread all of the Atlas stations itself. Atlas messages. Oh, too far. I'll go to here. One more jump. I wonder if Atlas can exist in a conflict high system. Like if I'm at risk of running into a space battle when I go here. Or when I visit one of these. That's cute. So each subsequent Atlas station, Atlas interface, has more of these lights for me to run around and collect, which means I will be learning the language faster. I wonder what's over there. I don't think I can go over there, though. No, invisible walls. Okay. But yeah, I should be able to understand it better and better each time I visit. Which means less less of me attempting to pronounce words that are utter gibberish. Atlas word for bring. Atlas word for eyes. Ooh. Oh, I didn't even see that one. Oh, that's how I get to my Corvette. They must have had to add that when they added Corvettes. Because Corvettes are too large to land in a lot of spots, like the freighter. There aren't any... There aren't any, Here, noospheric node. There aren't any warp cells on this one. It's weird. Zaccardo, nothing. Fear nothing. The Vairun cannot be Mulona. This is Mem you are. I feel a stirring of heresy within my mind. At each interface, an Atlas stone awaits me. I am driven to gather them, but to what end? Why does the Omnipotent require my prayer? What is wrong with the heart of existence, that its creator requires this pilgrimage? This dance of grinding stones? I comply. I answer the question. I will not turn away from the challenge. The Atlas guides me, and I will answer its call. The next sphere is of dark matter. I don't see any respawns among this batch. So let's go to the next one. Oh, my neural stem is matured. Neat. Living ship stuff. One jump. Into the hole. T-pose challenge. Actually, I guess they don't look like they're T-posing, but still. I'll describe it again in a second. Atlas word for fail. That's good. Atlas word for return. Atlas word for purpose. Atlas word for come, as in approach. Atlas word for the letter A. Atlas word for within. Atlas word for must. So those of you that are just listening and aren't able to watch your screen, maybe you're doing the dishes, that's fine, I understand. What I see before me is a brightly glowing center where the Atlas stone would be, but in this case it seems to be some sort of light orb. And in front of that are the silhouetted floating figures of a Gek, Korvax, and Vy'keen from left to right, all suspended in the air. Very small against the great bright light behind them. Josir Keleona, no purpose. Bring it to us, while there is still M-Hill time. Sorry, while there is M-Hill time. When I dream, I see the Atlas. When I see the Atlas, I am the dream. I see sentinels swarm through universes like an infection, emerging from a world of glass. Everything is happy there. Everything will live. I see the portals. I see the travelers that walk between them. I see the span of history. I see everything as the Atlas sees it. Alone, abandoned, terrified. But what power could instill the fear in the heart of the Almighty? It asks for something. It wants to know that I understand. I assent. I have become the harbinger, the pathfinder, the seeker of ways. Through me, the universe will know itself. I have made Dawn's End with more chromatic metal. That's the next tier. I'll give Atlas one thing. It is not skipping on the theatrics. Next one. Which one is this? The fourth or the fifth? I lost count. I can't count that high. I'm too geck. I only count when units are involved. Ooh, front and center. Nice parking spot. Atlas word for open. Let's start here. Atlas word for has. Atlas word for kindred. Word for that. Word for remain. Word for despair. It's a good one to know in this situation. Word for expel. Cascade. Capable. Let's get this outer bit. Word for if. Word for close. Word for becoming. Expel all Niqua. Nothing return. Beyond the cascade and the Dumicul, There is only Quanakag. The act of discovery for discovery's sake now seems like a foolish conceit. I have rejected the path of the itinerant. I have rejected the call of the stars. Only the Atlas matters now. With each encounter, I feel as if I understand a little more. All of us are what we are. Evil arrives in the individual, and goodness is not enough. True greatness lies in sorrow, in the embrace of what we must become. I conform. There has never been any other choice than this one. I go on. We go on. Eternal, forever searching. Okay, so the next piece was copper. The Voltaic Jade. I do have a copper mine that I can go visit to go do that. And I probably should. So I'm going to visit the space station. How is my light speed doing? Oh, living ship. The metal masters bind us no more. We are free. We may swim, fly, live, die. The void egg quivers as the lilting music of the alien ship fills my cockpit. It is a motion of recognition. I accept the transmission. The song of the ship, the creature, fills my starship, spilling from circuit to circuit, flooding the computer. As the music fades, I hear a faint echo, a gently hummed response. The void egg. Interstellar coordinates received. I will have to return to that at some point. Because right now we doing Atlas stuff. Can I buy copper? No, but I can buy this.
Product received. Product received.
Yeah, I'll stay blue. I was thinking of switching my Gek to be red and black. I've done it before. It looks pretty cool. But, yeah, in the idea of, like, I'm being converted to Atlas worship. Grab another inventory slot. Hop over to my copper base. A copper mine, rather. I might have to start getting cadmium, emerald, and indium for the last two stages. I will certainly take nearly 3,000 copper. Awesome. Go back here. Hmm. Hmm. Yep, we know about the interstellar coordinates. Is that going to take me somewhere useful? No. But maybe I will stop in on that system just to, like, save it. In the list of visited space stations. Of course there's a space battle. I'm doing this in a damn science vessel. Alright. This is how you get a pirate freighter. You go up behind it, start destroying its warp drives. Because that way it can't try to escape. Don't even worry about the, Don't even worry about the civilian fleet. You can maybe, like, destroy their cannons or something. Sorry, things got very lively all of a sudden. But the main goal is to knock out their shields. So each one of these has the orb, the outer orb, and then once you destroy that, another cylinder kind of pops out. I think I got those. Those are the shield generators. Ow. Civilian shields depleted, but that's fine because we're gonna finish this off. Was there one more?
Hostile ships defeated.
Oh, yay!
Units received.
Almost 1 million units. What? Fine, I'll inspect this one. I don't have 5 mil right now. So now, I don't need fleet frequency. Now we're gonna board. Having fully crippled their freighter, they have no interest in fighting back, so I can just run around this freely. Thankfully, it's a Gek ship. A Class B Gek ship. Let's compare it to my current. My other one is a C. Yeah, we'll claim it. I'm going to lose a bunch of inventory from doing that, but it's fine. Yes, transfer the freighter base. This is my base. Look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. Yeah, so this is my new Gek Pirate Freighter to replace my old Gek Pirate Freighter. Slight upgrade. Not an S-Class, but at some point I'll have an S-Class. Oh, you have to go? Thanks for tuning in, Millie. Hope to see you around. I'll be back with more No Man's Sky next weekend. Tomorrow will be Divinity Original Sin 2. Okay. Get back out of here. Alright, back to the Atlas stuff. Wait, I was supposed to land in the space station, my bad. There. Space station charted. I'll buy some phosphorus too while I'm at it.
Product received.
Now I can leave. Apparently I've been to that system before. Weird. I want to try something real quick. Cool. Get a screenshot to commemorate the stream. So we're back to another pulsating gelatinous orb. Start over this way. Word for they. Word for lies. Word for follow. Comment, like, subscribe, and follow, and all of that good stuff. Thankfully, the Atlas can now say that, or I can say that in Atlas now, too. Or at least I can understand it. Sanctuary. Inescapable. Night. 4. As in... not the number, but FOR. Sands. Yeah, he hasn't been giving me warp, or it hasn't been giving me warp cells for the past few. I think it was just the first few to kind of get you started. This looks like our first full sentence in Atlas. Bring us meaning if you are capable. What is learned can never be unlearned. I am afraid that I have seen too much. There are glimpses, half-remembered visions of a time before time. I see the birth of the first star. I see the things that dwelt within it, the eyes that watched. I see what the Atlas saw at the moment of its activation. Atlas stones are not stones. This station is not a station. I am not what I think I am. I am not even sure that I exist. The Atlas does not care. The Atlas demands its threnody, its repetition sublime. I submit. I silence my fears and renew my dedication to the path. Only the voyage matters. The destination calls to me. I have enough cadmium, that's good. We're making a state... oh, the photic jade, and then that makes the state phasure. Now, if I look at the crafting menu, it looks like I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So I'm on the 7th Atlas station currently. I don't remember it being a ton of them. So I should be able to finish them during this stream. I can't make it all the way there. We crashing? There we go. Gets a little framey sometimes. Old computer. Right. In fact, I should have time once I finish this to go do the Starbirth thing, and then I can get that ball rolling so I can continue it next week. It's very possible that I'll have time outside of work and school to be gaming. Have a good one, Steven. Have a good night. Have fun at the gym. Let's see. And thanks again for the raid earlier. Let's see. The heavy things will meet their match. Yes. Indeed. Always a pleasure. I've learned the Atlas word for silence. Oh man. I just had this thought. What if we turned Atlas into a Twitch streamer and see how it went? And the Atlas word for delay. Relevant. And the Atlas word for doubt. For leave. For shall. Okay. For merge. Ominous, given the context. Atlas word for before. Atlas word for existence. Life support power low. Thanks, Telamon. I think knowing what I know about the exosuit, that like little tinge of passive aggression sort of makes a little more sense now. Exosuit recharged. Technology. You shall see, he's one o'er our eyes. You shall be boo, we are. Do not be Doman. All Yelkal Sespec are yours. I've become the servant of this ancient sentience. It guides me through the cosmos, ever searching, never deviating. Have others come before me? Have others faltered upon the path of the Atlas? Only in ending will revelation arise. Resistance will not be permitted. The Atlas wishes for me to know what it is like to create. It wishes to share some portion of its being. I sense that it cares deeply about this journey, that it is trying to show me something it cannot articulate through word or demonstration. I yield. I have no choice but to proceed. This is destined. It is the program. I have always been searching, and I cannot falter. Have you ever played an MMO such as Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV with free trial up to Shadowbringers soon? Yada yada yada, you know the meme. And gone through a number of the different storylines, only to go back to a much earlier quest line. So say you're in like Stormblood or Shadowbringers and you go back to an ARR quest line, and it sort of seems like, if you're following the story, it sort of seems like, hey, there are things that I should know at this point in time that I don't know. That's kind of how this feels right now, because the Atlas storyline was the first of the like major storylines for No Man's Sky, or at least like one of the first. I know it was available at launch. Like even the Artemis quest line wasn't at launch. Can't quite get there. Also, hyperdrive out of fuel. Do I have fuel? Yeah, I do.
Technology recharge.
So yeah, that's kind of how this feels, because now I know so much about the Atlas and Telamon and the different peoples. I know about the travelers. I know that this is simulation, all of that sort of thing. And yet the dialogue, the written dialogue that's supposed to be first person, from, you know, the player character, the traveler's perspective, still behaves as if they don't really know what's happening. But I think knowing, even so, my knowing as the player is adding a lot of perspective on like what is being said. And yet, even knowing all of these things, it feels like Atlas is just sort of talking in circles and not really saying anything at all. And I can kind of get why people got very confused by this story. So many lights. Let's see. I've learned the Atlas word for question. For calling. I see that an ad break is about to happen in a couple of minutes. I may pause the actual Atlas reading. Maybe I'll look back through the log. But I don't want to deprive anyone watching of the bigger moments. We have another gelatinous orb for an Atlas this time. The angry red blob. Is that the Atlas word for denied? Crazy. Atlas word for hesitate. Atlas word for ashen. Oh, I missed one. I think I got most of them. Down there. Atlas word for song. The Atlas word for endure. The Atlas word for void. The Atlas word for scattered. There is no sanctuary, only communion. Oh, I better snooze the ad. Snooze! Okay, my bad. Close now. I am close to the end. The truth of the universe is fire. The soul is light. I am the experiment and the observer. All creation constructed for my journey. Constructed for my journey. I see the universe around me, and I know that it is good. I see the universe around me, and I know that I shall create my own. I succumb. Not long now. Not far to go. The stars beckon with cold fire, and I rush to meet them. Soon. Very soon. I need indium for the last section. Which is fine, that'll give me a chance to let the ad run. I could go to one of my bases, or I could find a random nearby red star. Or not red star, nearby blue star. I'll just stop at this blue one. GAC system, conflict level 2. Ossified planet, indium, gold, magnetized ferrite. Irradiated moon. Another ossified planet. Frostbound planet with aggressive sentinels. And what's over there? What are you? I mean, I guess we're kind of going there now. Bleak planet. Yeah, let's go to the ossified planet that was right in front of us. The last time I landed on one of these, it was chromatically locked, or rather hue locked, to the purple spectrum. So only shades and tones of the color purple. This one seems to have normal coloration, but it does have those sky mines, so I need to be a little more careful flying around here. That looks like an indium deposit. One moment, I'll just run the ad now. Enjoy the ad. I was told that apparently you get more resources if you decrease the size of your terrain manipulator gathering sphere. So I'm working my way through this a lot more slowly, but I'm probably getting a lot more indium than I would if I were using just the default setting or even a larger setting. Localized gravity inversion detected.
Technology recharge.
That reminds me. I still need a Gravitino ball to fix that. What am I at for indium? Oh, like 600 of it. I'll finish off the node though. Although maybe I will increase the size just to... I can sacrifice a little bit of it. It's fine. Ah! Okay. Onward. Crafting the modified quanta. The ad should be over. I have the indium required to make the quanta. And I made the quanta. So now we were going to the next Atlas station. So I haven't brought it up because it's more of a gameplay thing, but every time that I'm given a choice with the Atlas to either follow or reject it, in order to follow it, I need to have met certain milestones. So you're sort of gated behind doing other stuff. But I've been playing this game on this file for long enough that I think I have all of those milestones met already. But if anyone were like interested enough to pick up this game and start it themselves and just blitz through the Atlas stuff, you'd probably get blocked a bit by that. This might be the final station as well, so let's find out. I've learned the Atlas word for creation and restitution. The Atlas word for find. For gift. For perfection. For life. For enlightenment. For horizon. Looking around, don't see any more. Looks like I got them all. Do not turn away. Know our inescapable truth and despair. The final interface is revealed. The Atlas beckons. I am elated, terrified, broken. I have come so very far. It wishes for me to obey. If I am to hold the power of creation, it will be in chains. And yet I obey. I am gifted power. I am enslaved to the imitation of life. Heart of the sun. I craft it with modified quanta and gold. Almost looks like I can walk back there, but I can't. Maybe there's another interface? I would like to try something if I can get into my other star system. Hop aboard my freighter. My new freighter, the one that I upgraded from the other one, even though it looks almost exactly the same. Very excited. A pirate dreadnought. Of the Gek variety. There. View potential expeditions. I'm gonna send the boys out. You and you. Voyage of Discovery. Balanced Expedition. I don't have the fuel for that. Okay. Oh, it did keep all my... Maybe. My inventory. Let's go to my... sulfurine farm. I forgot this was grayscale. Put the sulfurine on the ship. Where is my ship? There it is. Back to normal color. Oh. Weird. Yeah, there aren't any Atlas stations in this system. But apparently, I can do Starbirth here. No, I'll do that later. Yeah, this is a cadmium system. Where did I leave my base? There's my base.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
That's fine. We're leaving anyway. Yeah, this one. Well, recent. It was probably this one. All right, Atlas. This might be the last one. I was hoping to do this in my second galaxy that I unlocked at the end of... Where's Atlas? There are no further words to learn. There are no lights on the ground. There is no Atlas hovering, pulsing menacingly in the sky in the center of the interface. In its place is a pathway. Leading to what appears to be some sort of altar with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plinths upon which to craft and create things. The plinth resonates, pulling my knowledge of its Atlas seed from my mind. The spirit of the captured nanode belongs here. I whisper the seed's name. The plinth resonates, pulling my knowledge of the Atlas seed from my mind. The spirit of the englobed shade belongs here. I whisper the seed's name. And so it appears to be with each one. This time it is the noospheric orb. the dark matter. Dawn's End. The Photic Jade. The State Phasure. The Novi Reclaimant. The Modified Quanta. Clarity. Truth. Urbeskena. Yikame. I stand at the interface of the Atlas. I stand at the Forge of Worlds. This is how it showed me what it was. This is how the Atlas shared the nature of its life, the workings of its mind. It never required prayer. It never required worship. All that it asked of me, all that it ever wanted, it was just input. It was just a user. I can feel the seeds, their hidden knowledge, gravitating toward the interface's core. The void is meant to be filled. Nothingness yearns for a soul. If I do this, a star will be born. If I do this, I will become more than I ever thought possible. I birth a new star with the heart of a sun. There is nothing. And then there is everything. I see a blaze of life. I see a star blaze to life within the void. The spread of life, planets, creatures, to give it meaning. For a moment, I am as the Atlas is. For a moment, I am the creator of worlds. The fabric of time and space stands revealed to me, black holes swarming from system to system. The Atlas screams. New technology. I have a star seed. What do I do with the star seed? I think I need gold, but my ship is too far. I install the technology into my exosuit. What do I do with that? Log, Atlas Eternal. Apparently I have to meet another Atlas interface. And so far. I may need to craft more hyperdrive fuel, which might take me a moment. Maybe not. I might be okay. The Bokuchi system. I wonder what that means in Japanese. Bokuchi. Not that it's like intended as a Japanese word. It's picking random letters and syllables from a list, but sometimes it lands on some pretty funny words in various languages. Ah. Oh, there are more words to be learned. Only a few. There are significantly fewer words to be learned. I learned the Atlas word for learn. Oh, there's one more. I've learned the Atlas word for engulfs. Oops. Damn it. That's not what I meant. I keep hitting the wrong button. Just taking a moment to take a good screenshot. Oh god. There we go. There we go. I'll be satisfied with those. Warp cells again. The Atlas has created infinite stars, infinite worlds, infinite life. I cannot see them all, nor ever truly begin to understand the multitude of existence. But perhaps even among these endless wonders, each moment can still have a meaning. Any atom may seed a new universe, if viewed the right way. I presented with data of fauna. I present the Atlas with N. Takahaithwe, a creature I have found on the planet Pinahir 15. It shimmers in response, the entire interface vibrating as it observes the creature through my eyes. Somewhere out in the beyond, a new star is born, seeded by what I have seen. Is this? Okay. I'm going to take a moment to check in with the wiki, make sure I'm not just like going through repeatable stuff. Okay. Damn it. Stop showing me. Okay. It is currently unverified whether the expected behavior for this mission is to disappear from the mission log once it's ended. Some players reported that the mission is repeating itself once they go back in space. Okay, how do I get... Remembrance. Exosuit okay. This might have been not entirely necessary. I mean, I'm glad that I did this. I'm glad that I did the Atlas quest line. But apparently this isn't what I was supposed to be doing. Let's go to a space station. Why did I need a space station? I don't 100% remember. It was seconds ago. You can't expect me to remember that far back. Either way, let's get into the space station. Get out of the creepy. Oh, I remember now. I needed a new technology slot. Remembrance requires a heart of the sun, heart of the sun and some platinum. So I need to make another heart of the sun out of the captured nanode and globe shade, noospheric orb, dark matter, Dawn's End, Photic Jade. I need more cadmium for the state phasure. It's fine. Let's go get some cadmium. Maybe I'll go for an extra hour again. I have 15 minutes left on my intended stream length, but... There's a red system. Because I'm supposed to have this unlocked. Oh, now I remember. So okay, the Atlas thing was not a waste of time. Mechanically speaking. Like I'm glad I did it for the lore, but yeah, I apparently also needed it for the Heart of the Sun blueprint, so I could make that to put into the Remembrance blueprint. What? The object before me appears to be some sort of ship, thrown together from scrap metal and shards of Atlantidium. It moves with a pulse-like rhythm. Hello? 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 Which who speaks? Wearer entity? Worn entity? Worn entity. And interesting perspective. Telamon entity would agree. But your signal is clearer now. I see you are a pre-built entity. Yeah, who is this? The voice is silent a moment, before responding simply. I am Divergent Fragment Yabli Alpha. Okay, tell me about your ship. My ship? The voice makes a sound like laughter. I understand. My shell does resemble a ship. Like any autophage, I salvaged and built this body. I simply required a shell that could fly. I built myself not long after Korvax Prime was destroyed. Speed was critical. And you? I think, yes. I have located the correct pre-built entity. You are a disruptor. Yeah, that's what the other autophage, or rather, what the autophage have been calling me. It is evident. Your frequency is unconventional. You wear a Telamon entity, and you are free. The autophage pauses. I have not hailed you without reason, and I do not wish to waste time, mine or yours. I will make my query direct. Have you seen beyond the crimson? Yeah, I've seen the Atlas. Yes? You have seen within the interface disruptor? Then you know, Atlas is more than Korvax mythology. I feel something blaze in my suit, as though the Atlas is asserting its existence through this fragment. My starseed is glowing hot. I showed this thing the starseed. Yes! This is from your Atlas? A spark? A seed! I am old, Disruptor. I have been flying a long time. I have seen interface stations, the diamonds in the dark. I trust my observations and my calculations. You can interface with Atlas. You can rebuild her. Atlas is a female pronoun? Okay. The voice suddenly takes on a new intensity. Its energy is palpable, sparking across the galaxy, or across the relay. What do you know of the Void? Our autophage progenitor. Our Atlantid. I show the Alpha Glassy Staff that I made. The strange ship seems to examine my offering with approval. Yes! Proof of her return. Her physical manifestation. I pity the remains of the convergence. Their grief limits them. Her disconnection has reduced them to a single fragile mind. Autophage are no longer Korvax. We do not need to grieve. We know she is not gone. She is spreading, growing beneath the surface. But the walls of glass are thick. She needs just one seed and one scaffold. Okay, what does this have to do with me? I am ignited by possibility and have not been sufficiently direct. I wish to request your help. This is an opportunity to restore what was lost so long ago. We have all we need. Atlantidium, your anomalous signal, Atlas. All that remains is assembly. What assembly? I have not seen Atlas. I cannot enter its crimson diamonds, but I have seen the evidence of your spark seed. Atlas has accepted your input before. This could be the scaffold. If you would help us, Disruptor, search for what is lost in the ruins of Atlantid. Scan for what your eyes cannot see. Compile a seed. Atlas will respond. It will not have forgotten her data. She will return in stellar multitudes. New active mission in stellar multitudes. That was what I was looking for. New product formula learned. I need an echo suit. Oh, okay. I need a dissonant world. Not a distant world. I've been to those concerts every time they come to Minneapolis, and it is, or rather St. Paul, to Minnesota. It is great seeing Final Fantasy music live, but we're looking for dissonant worlds right now. Galaxy map. Yeah, the cadmium can wait. Or can it? No, it can't. I should deal with the cadmium. I'll go to this temperate planet. It might be pretty. So yeah, I will definitely be going a little bit longer because it seems like I will be unlocking something pretty cool. Oh, there. Ow. I don't know what I crashed into just now, but ow. Okay, cadmium, please. Cadmium. I can't summon my freighter. Can I make unstable plasma? Let's go! Underwater cadmium. I should get some crystal sulfides while I'm down here. Just so I can add the aquatic landing gear to my science vessel. That was easy. There's some crystal sulfide. Oh. Up and over. I'll just mark that one. Hope everyone's enjoying the new Subnautica. I never played the first one, and my current computer is fairly old, so I wouldn't trust it to run a newer game. Sometime in the next year, I will be investing in a newer computer. It's not what I meant to scan. You, the crab. Ah, whatever. I'll just swim over there. There. There it is. Whee! It's kind of a pretty planet. Nice orange grass. Teal trees. High contrast. Okay. I have the cadmium to make the state phaser. The Novi reclaimant requires emerald. Modified quanta requires indium. Heart of the Sun requires gold. And now we put that into the remembrance slot. So now I have both. I'm going to need another technology slot at some point, though, because I need to move some stuff around, because this is supposed to be a health booster. Where are the health units? It's hazard protection, shield lattice. Weird. Let's hop in the anomaly so I can go back to my newer galaxy. Ooh, nice sentinel ship. We're going back to Badullinger. Budalonger? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Badullinger. Yeah. Oh, right, pirate system. Yeah, so this is where I left off in this system, or in this galaxy. Let's see. Nope. Right, so this was the planet where I was learning about Telamon. So that's my pilgrim checkpoint. Let's go to... check this one. Paradise planet. I've been lied to before. I'm not gonna bother with that one. We'll check this. We'll check this star to see if it has a dissonant planet, because it might be that I can find a dissonant planet on the same system that has my Starbirth questline. Oh. Is that? Are those two merged? Corrosive Moon. Bleak. It's kind of a rare find when you find two planets that are merged. Super critical. No dissonance here. Well, I definitely want to be on that planet. Yeah, I guess I'll just go toward that, see if that moon is actually merged with it. Doesn't look like it. They just look the same, so it looked like they were, like, inside each other, you know? Which, you know, in real-world physics, that would be catastrophic. You wouldn't be able to land on that safely. There. Now this can land on water if I choose. Lung-burning night wind.
Protection falling. Fuel required.
All right.
Technology recharge.
There it is. Archive of Korvax Prime. Retrieval in progress. Log follows. Partial success achieved. The bridge allows the implantation of consciousness shards within discrete shells. Sorry, I'm stuttering a little bit. Unit remains connected to greater mind. Sensory input fully shared.
Update. Storm clearing.
Thank you, Telamon. Unit remains connected to greater mind. Sensory inputs fully shared. Attempts to localize sensory inputs cause traumatic desperation. Unfruitful. Suspect biological core required. Root sensory experience in bodily experience to improve stability. System must have local control. Experimental synthesis unit operational. Awaiting biogenesis materials. The plaque replays more data from before the destruction of Korvax Prime. Sorry, that was me adjusting my mouth. These researchers were building something. A biological shell? An individual manifestation of their own convergent minds. I don't have the pulsating core. These machines were built to synthesize life from advanced technology. I am once again supplied with the plans required, pushed down this path by those who tried before. One of the plans is for the novel multi-tool upgrade, the Soul Ray. Oh, nice! We will put that on this multi-tool. And I can make it immediately. That's good. Move that here. I can fix this. I should have bought some pyrite while I was... Wait, what did I need? Hermetic seals? Alright. Now what? Pulsating core requires mordite, liquid sun, and gold. The solar ray will convert metal to liquid sun. So it's like a terrain manipulator. All right.
Units received.
Oh shit!
Received.
This is the wrong multi-tool for scanning. Cobalt deposits. Pyrite over there.
Protection
Actually
falling.
need pyrite. Didn't I have a vehicle? Okay, how much do I need? 250? Halfway there. Almost there. There we go. I also need gold and mortite, which means I need to kill a few things. I'll look into that in a moment. I also need pyrite for the multi-tool.
Technology recharge. Component prepared.
Oh, I need to put the deoxide in as well. I also need paraffinium, which I don't have currently.
Component prepared.
Okay.
Thermal protection falling.
Yeah. Is it just birds here? Something over there. Oh, it's more birds.
Units received.
And again, I'm on the wrong thing for scanning.
Units received.
That's better. Is it honestly just birds on this planet?
Units received.
Okay. Let's go back to the ship.
Ground protection falling. Weather
All right.
incoming storm.
That's fine, because I'm leaving. Flourishing planet. That should have some stuff for me to kill. Unfortunately, I could grow Mordite roots, which I don't have the technology for, or I could slave fallen creatures. But I do want to get this part of the Starbirth quest rolling on stream. Oh yeah, there's an ad about to run. Probably for the best, that it'll be while I'm killing stuff. Is there land? Is there land? There's probably land around here somewhere. My poor computer doesn't want to load those clouds properly. There's land. Ad starting in about 5 seconds. Holy oxygen. I'm just holding E. Neat. And yeah, this is a weird planet. I like these trees. Ribbed for her pleasure. I don't know. But oh, things that want to kill me. That's perfect. I feel less guilt.
No free slots in suit inventory.
Okay, let's do something about that. Put that on the ship.
Units received.
Wait, that's a terrestrial fauna, but it's underwater. The little leggies. Oh my goodness. Oh, that one is Angie.
No free slots in suit inventory.
I don't need what it's saying I missed.
No free slots in suit inventory.
I need...
No free slots in suit inventory.
42 more.
No free slots in suit inventory. No free slots in suit inventory. Units received. Units received.
I guess I can't really go for the swarms. Or for the schools of them.
No free slots in suit inventory.
There, that's enough. The ad should be over now. What else did I need? Oh, that's all. Liquid sun, gold, and mordite. Return to the biogenesis structure. Present the pulsating core to the machine. Okay, let's get out of the atmosphere. Oh, I thought I was going to the same biogenesis structure. This is taking me to a different one. Experimental synthesis unit operational. Awaiting biogenesis materials. Insert the pulsating core. As the machine begins to work, I feel the egg twitch within my exosuit. It is responsible for activating these machines, its imprint upon the life I am creating. I've acquired a fragile heart. Though nothing more than a cluster of cells, it is already possible to detect the soft beating of this proto-heart. It requires careful attendance while it matures. I'm gonna move that there. Move the brain over to here, move the void egg over to here. Now I can do dissonant stuff. That one says dissonant. Let's go there. Planet of Light. We're not going there. Rotting Planet. Miasmatic Planet. Low Atmosphere Planet. Hyperborean Planet. Sharded Planet. With dissonance detected.
Technology recharge.
Ran out of pulse fuel. The heart is too fragile for use. Take good care of the heart. It will mature in 24 hours and 24 and a half hours. Which is great, because I will not be playing No Man's Sky until next weekend. After this stream is over. Should give the fragile heart plenty of time to mature. I think there's one more piece that has a 24-hour wait, and I'll probably do that next time. What was it that I needed?
Technology recharge.
See if I can find an autophage camp. Roman Lightcatcher, welcome in. Ah, another No Man's Sky player. Welcome in. I am doing the, well, let me set it to that. In Stellar Multitudes questline. I just started it. I just did the, a full reading of the Atlas stuff. Oh. There we go. Mining beam. You want to join me in game? I'm only playing for another half hour-ish. But maybe. That might be fun. Maybe once I'm off stream, we could, yeah. Oh, for the company? Yeah. How many of those things do I need? And then I need to make... What was it I needed to make? I need 3 of those, okay. Now, if you are currently going through No Man's Sky and wanting to avoid spoilers, I am reading a lot of this stuff out loud, so... Earlier was doing the Atlas storyline. I've already done a lot of the other stuff. I was reading through all of the boundary failure buildings. Lots of mind-blowing stuff there. You have 1,000 hours on record? Nice. I had to start over, which is probably for the best, because I started streaming it. But I started over on the the Remnants quest line, partly because I wanted a new separate Steam account, but it didn't. Obviously, it didn't take my save file. It managed to retain all of the things that I've unlocked at the anomaly, though. So, like, a lot of the appearance modifier stuff. It says it's right here. Am I supposed to dig for it? Can I call my ship? Or my freighter? Yes. Let's just go far enough away so that it stops registering the glitched one. This planet's nice and purple. I like it. In fact, this might be another Q limited planet. Well, at least it was while I was in Nomad. Let's go toward that one. Oh, okay. I once had a planet, and maybe friend code. I'm still here. Hey, Shoddy. I don't know that I want to do multiplayer right this moment. Because I'm kind of beelining toward quest points. I appreciate the invitation, though. Did I really just not get whatever that was? But yeah, certainly at some point I'll want to go on, like, multiplayer adventures on stream. You're just waking up, Shoddy? Well, welcome back. Welcome back to the world of waking. I think I had just finished the Telamon stuff shortly after you went to go nap. And then I went through a whole run of the your sister's 2 hours away? Is that with or without the ship? But I went through a whole run of the Atlas stations. So I read through all of that. I don't really feel like the Atlas stations themselves really reveal too much, other than the idea that you are taking on the role of creator. She's driving in from Arkansas? That's cool. There's my exocraft. Oh, it's like rolling down. That was weird. No, that one's not gonna work. Let's go for that one. It keeps spawning these underground, and it's not helpful. Shoddy, were you the one earlier talking about how the Sentinel Walker would keep spawning underground? You had to start over with the Sentinel fight? Yeah, now these things are doing that to me. Just the quest item, not like combat or anything, but it's still annoying. I have to like drive far enough away to find another one. Yeah, it gets buggy. Old game is old. Was that the third one? Starship out of range. What was I trying to build? This. I need one more Echo Seed. Yes, I know about that one. I think that's the one that's bugged. Is there another one? At least this planet doesn't have any hazards for me to deal with. Need another Echo Seed. Says I'm going toward one, but it's still saying that it's too far for the thing to register. Yes, Laylaps, we are doing team. How? Ah! Oh no! Looks like Mom Donnie missed one. How is it still too far? I've been going this way for minutes. Okay, let's go that way. Oh, Shadi, I don't think you were here earlier, but I got a Class B pirate frigate, which is a upgrade for me. There we go. Yeah. It's a Gek pirate frigate too, so I'm like, yay. There we go. Mining beam.
Technology recharge.
Okay. What did that say? Memories of Atlantid. The howling of an advanced intelligence banished to oblivion. A reverberation in sentience and crystal. Each memory in this data packet is an entire reality in itself, bearing the fingerprint of countless lives. The Atlas will recognize this seed. I have to enter pulse drive. Seeking divergence fragments GGobbie Alpha. There you are. Disruptor. The metallic voice is pinched, tight with anticipation. You have the data? The seed? I show them the memories of Atlantid. This is well compiled. An echo of what was. Of what could have been. Of her. Disruptor seed. Disruptor. This seed can grow a new prime. And then more trillions across the ley lines. For a time, the voice is consumed by static. When the signal finally stabilizes, the autophage is mid-sentence. Components. The scaffold and the back door. Can you repeat that? Yobbly? Components. The scaffold and the back door. Okay, tell me about the scaffold. To accelerate her manifestation, the crystal lattice requires a scaffold. The Atlas is optimal scaffold. Unlimited access. The route to her reconnection. Okay, tell me about the back door. That is you. Disruptor. Did you just call me a back door? Rude. Atlas favors you. Grants your audience. You are its flaw. A backdoor to the architecture of reality. Plant the seed discreetly. To grow a memory is a subtle act. But Atlantid will not cause damage. This data was once part of Atlas. You are bringing her home. Sideload the memories of Atlantid into an Atlas interface. Fun. I can't find an Atlas station in this system. Is this a... This is a yellow system. I can easily get out of it. Let's see. Also, I need to use this trident key at some point. I need to go to a water world and find out where to use that. I didn't know what it was for, so I kind of held on to it, and I've had it ever since. Alright, space stations. Yeah, this is the last one that I went to that had an Atlas station. I wonder if I can use the same one or if I have to warp to a new one. I should probably just warp to a new one. Hopefully I can get this done in the next 15 minutes, because it's coming up on 5 hours. The VOD's going to be real long. That is bugging out. Bounce over to... Nope. This system. Scaffold interface. I've never actually done this before either. Didn't think I'd be back in one of these. And yeah, I'm gonna be collecting the words just in case. We may not worship Atlas, but we seek to understand Atlas. I did miss one. Atlas word for act. Atlas word for document. I will take my free warp cells, thank you. The Atlas has created the infinite, yet the only reality I know is this one. The only time I have seen is now. How much past does the Atlas still contain? How many long-dead stars? I sideload the memories of Atlantid. Orphaned data detected. Mounting compatible archives. Timeline conflict detected. Locating suitable memory block for resolution. Searching system timeline. 1625.1 Upuma Not 11 system. 1653.9 Bokuchi system. 1639.8 Ukatilu Edi system. 1596.9 Uktnin 7 system. 1595.6 Dosluhe system. 0016.a Paroi system. Paroi major system. 0 File system access error. It gives 3 dots, and the third one is purple, as if it's been translated. That's interesting. Timeline cannot be resolved. Anomaly breach detected. Function: preserve system integrity. Purging dissonant interface from network. The interface begins to shut down, extinguishing the lights of its terminal line by line. The hum of the machine falls silent. Only a single source of light remains on the screen. A string of characters blinking against the darkness. I touch the characters. 1,000 voices cry out at once as the screen reignites, awash with color. The terminal has become a kaleidoscope of images, endless memories streaming from the data packet and into the interface. Where are... Is this real? Can you hear us? More purple dots. Interface sideload complete. Generation access granted. Memory payloads prepared. I select payload Alpha. The data on the terminal shifts, suddenly focused. As the images slow, they become more clear. I feel them stretch from the screen and begin to wrap themselves around my own mind. I witness a memory of the Gek. I find myself within a busy space station, bustling with vendors and traders. A passing merchant clicks their beak at me. I suppress a compulsion to obey. But I manifest this memory. Seed payload, Alpha set, Gek. The terminal continues to overflow with images, fragments dancing between the atlas and the packet I assembled. Each of these countless memories is its own reality, carrying the fingerprint of galaxies of a galaxy of lives. I select payload Beta. Another set of memories pulsates across the screen. As I watch, I feel their echoed lives begin to resonate within my skull. I witness memory flood. I am floating on an ocean, its scale difficult to comprehend. Mountains reach up from the abyss, scarcely breaking the surface of the water. This world is an endless sea. Its inky depths beckon. I manifest this memory. Seed payload Beta set, flood. Interface bridge, steady. Continue seed generation. I select payload Gamma. The memories that flood the terminal do not go away when I close my eyes. I feel them seeping into me, merging with my own. I witness memory horror. I hasten back to my research facility, slamming a hand against the door controls. These eggs are fascinating, but the brood is fast and deadly. The door rolls closed. I hear the scraping of claws and mandibles against metal. I manifest this memory. Seed payload Gamma set horror. All core payload memories defined. Timeline merge, number 4924G, viable. I examine the assembled output. Manifestation parameters defined. Lifeform Gek. Primary celestial body, water world. Secondary celestial body, nest of horrors. Huh. I'm gonna edit payload Beta. Adjust selected payload. Yeah, witness memory paradise. A breeze whispers across a sea of grasses. Herbivores amble through the meadow, taking their fill of buds and new growth. This place teems with life and natural splendor. A paradise of a planet. I manifest this memory. Seed payload beta set Paradise. All core payload memories defined. Timeline merge number 4924G viable. Let's look at it. Manifestation parameters defined. Lifeform Gek. Primary celestial body, Paradise planet. Secondary celestial body, Nest of Horrors. Yeah, let's lock it. Propagating timeline number 4924G to local scaffold matrix. I also say the cloud of memories that swarmed around the interface collapses, their infinite dance of possibility coalescing into a single reality. The terminal falls silent. I feel a sudden sharp sense of dislocation, of the strangeness of my own body. What am I doing here? What have I just done? Reality has been altered by the memories of Atlantid. Something is manifested in the universe. Exit the Atlas station and return to space. What the hell did I just do? I'm going too fast. I'm going to crash into the thing. Okay, it's fine. I felt it, Disruptor. I felt it. An ache in my own crystals. A burst of life. She has manifested a star. I inspect the galaxy map. Atlantid drive required. Did you see her? I saw a restored star. Ah! Yes! And no. The star is both a memory and a manifestation, both restored and newborn. Matter and time are orthogonal. Orthogonal. How do I pronounce that? Prime, as was, cannot exist in the now. But she is returning. Let us see for ourselves. Trace a route through the stars. I will try to follow. Okay, but how do I get there? I don't have the method. I built my body in haste. My vision is limited, but yours? A scanner sweeps over my starship. The autophage is assessing. Of course. Your ship is not compatible. Her space will always be dissonant within this reality. I have an idea. Over the years, I have detected an anomalous space station. There is a construct on board. A complex entity. They know many things. They will know how to configure your hyperdrive. Yeah, I know Polo. Are you talking about Polo? I do not question your friend is wise, but they do not know the glass. They cannot help here. Okay, can someone else on the anomaly? I theorized you would, Disruptor, know of the anomaly. Its form resembles yours. It is free. Okay, well, there's a guy on the anomaly named Hyperion. Can he help? A pre-built engineer. No, they will not have this knowledge. Find the construct. Let's meet again in dissonant space. Hyperdrive upgrade required to access dissonant space. Consult the assembled construct for assistance. In space, summon the anomaly from the quick menu. So I'm going to end it momentarily. I am going to get to whatever this is and then call it a cliffhanger. And we will explore this next weekend. But as always, comment, like, subscribe, follow, all of that good stuff. Smash that bell icon. Make sure that you come join me over on Twitch. If you want more No Man's Sky, I've been playing it at noon on the weekends. I don't know how long I'll be able to do that. It may become my weekday game once school starts, just because it's a little easier for me to start and stop this. I say that, and of course that's not going to be true. But given that school needs to be my priority, I don't know how much time I will have for gaming and streaming. But let's find out. Construct entity. Yeah, we know about this guy. Why did it act like we didn't know him? Her, them. Other entity. You entity. It is you. It was you? I felt something. Sky rattle. Glass boom. Yeah, there was a manifestation of a star? Star? It is... It is? Okay, what did you feel? I felt everything. Strange feel. Crystal egg. Ripple through this shell. Ripple through built others. I heard them feel. Many voices raised, shouted, sang. Built others were always looking. They looked for her. They looked. They have found. She has breached. It is what I felt. So I met something called Yabli Alpha. Yabli Alpha. Lost other. I have heard of them. Very old. Large shell. Large memory. Not danger. Well, Yabli Alpha said something about an Atlantid drive, so... I remember the ship configuration. Here. Neat. I can make that pretty easily. Now you remember, too. Tell me about dissonant space. Dissonant. Not possible space. Space was lost. Gap was folded. But she has returned. I felt it. You will be safe, other entity. Determined. Not possible space is anomaly, but you are anomaly too. Ship configuration is safe. I would like to see not possible space too. Other entity would be anchor. Call for anomaly shell there. We will follow. Yeah, sure. I'll make sure to summon the anomaly when I get there. Okay. I'm gonna craft the thing.
Technology installed.
And then I need to make living glass. How do I make that again? Need lubricants. Need gamma root. I don't have gamma root. But I can do some grinding off stream to get the gamma root going. But I'm going to call it here for the stream because I'm hitting a wall for lore, and it's also an hour past. Just to recap real quick, we finished all of the Telamon stuff. I did kind of a rambling attempt at interpreting all of that earlier. Basically, Atlas is the primary directive, protocol, routine, whatever you want to call it. I'm not a programmer. But the primary part of a of the simulation, it is the arbiter of the simulation. It seems to have created a copy of its creator in an effort to help it observe itself and help it determine that it is doing well in its making of this simulation. And it also somehow became self-aware, created a whole lot of things, including species, that are all somehow directing their cultures and their attentions toward the Atlas in some way, whether they love it or hate it. And these are all just manifestations of the Atlas itself being self-aware and looking at itself and observing itself. And that includes me as the Traveler. That includes every player that has ever played No Man's Sky. We are all one entity that has been reiterated across countless universes. One of them was Telamon, and Telamon sent several duplicates of themselves to confront the Atlas about its wanton destruction of galaxies and universes that did not meet its standards. And also confront it about its aberrant behavior, about its self-awareness, about its introspection, and about its, I guess, anomalousness. Telamon was then punished by being converted into the exosuit of the subsequent Traveler. And so all of the warnings that I've been getting are Telamon directing me, but it is Telamon. They are forced to do this, and they are locked in the exosuit. They are fully aware of their former personhood. They are increasingly angry about it. They've been like this for an eternity, as far as we can tell. And yet they are fully aware that as the boundaries fall, everything will merge into one. There was also a suggestion that I, the player, you, the viewer on Twitch, we are all just another layer of the simulation. But of course, that's preposterous. We're special. I then moved on to the Atlas quest line. Shut up, ads. Where's my cursor? Snooze. I then moved on to the Atlas quest line to basically pursue that. And while it didn't necessarily teach me anything new, because the Atlas quest line was the first quest line, one of the first quest lines that was available at launch way back in 2016, 10 years ago. So it doesn't have a whole lot of like new information there compared to what I was doing with Telamon. But it has hints of some of that stuff, of the fact that it's all a simulation, and also it gives the Traveler the opportunity to behave as the creator, to merge itself with Atlas in such a way that it can create a new galaxy, or at least create something resembling one. Maybe in some micro form. And so I have a star seed attached. I also was given the Remembrance technology when I finished the Artemis quest line, but I wasn't able to craft that until I had the Heart of a Sun blueprint, which required me to go through the Atlas storyline. So now I have both of those. I'll have to get another technology slot to move them around and get bonuses out of them or whatever. But then from there I was contacted by a dissonant entity called Yabli Alpha. Yabli Alpha suggested that because the Atlas trusts me, I am maybe the key to implanting its own memories back into it. Because it trusts me, I'm able to access the interface and actually present that data to it, and hopefully thereby awaken it and rebuild her, rather. It seems to refer to the Atlas with female pronouns. And now I have met with the construct that Polo made, who still has memories from before being a construct made by Polo. He has memories of being an autophage. And it gave me, or they gave me the technology to make an Atlantidium drive, but I'm not able to finish that until I can make living glass. But somewhere in reminding the Atlas of its past memories, of past iterations, I caused the Atlas to restore and or create a star, but it requires an Atlantidium drive to reach. But I think once I have that, I'll be able to go to new star systems beyond just the cadmium, emerald, and indium systems. And I've read a little bit about this, about purple systems. Apparently there's like gas giants and stuff. I'm pretty excited to actually see that for the first time, because I've never actually gone this far with it. So hopefully we can look forward to that. That should be next weekend. I probably have another good couple of weekends in me of No Man's Sky before I convert to whatever game I need to like power through. Once my time gets shrunk to just the weekends. But we will see. We will see what happens. We will see what school's like. All of that. As always, comment, like, subscribe, follow, all of that good stuff. If you are watching on YouTube, feel free to join me on Twitch. I do have my schedule listed, I'm pretty sure. I'll have to double check that. But restore point saved. Make sure we save the game here. Tomorrow, I will be playing Divinity Original Sin 2. Tomorrow will be Divinity Original Sin 2 per the schedule, tomorrow and Tuesday. And that is at 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I will be starting with my first hour of creative work. I will be working on more emojis. I do have one emoji that's available. It should be GGobbie Horror. I think it's available for free. But yeah, drawing my own emojis. We're trying that out. We're seeing how it goes. I've never done that before. But then we'll be getting into Divinity Original Sin 2. What am I doing there? Oh yeah, I have a lich to chase down because I freed him. That was a smart idea. I'm still in Act 2. I've played the game multiple times now, but I am still playing it in Tactician mode, just to make it a little spicier, but not overly stressful. And then on Wednesday, Thursday, 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time, after my drawing hour, I will be doing Bravely Default. I am in Chapter 5 of Bravely Default. I'll avoid too many spoilers, but I am in the point where I am refighting all of the bosses at a higher level, and I feel that I'm coming close to the end of the game. But it will be basically a gauntlet of massive boss battles, and also having them react to the fact that I'm fighting them again and meeting them again. But that is a lot for this week. That will be a lot of fun. Hope you all can join me. We will have a good time. Feel free to come in, come chat. Yeah, it's a good time. Now, I got 14 of you here. That's a little more substantial of a raid, so let's raid over to someone. Hopefully, I will remember to end my stream after I raid as well. Who's playing that I can raid right now? I could raid Sethis. What's Sethis playing? Sethis is playing Minecraft. Leftix Gamer Memes is... No, he's not playing anything. Dottie Karate is playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Let's head over to Sethis. It's kind of the same genre. Have fun, everyone. I'm gonna correctly end the stream now.